your host Mirko, and hope you're having an awesome day today. We'll be continuing with our email subscription newsletter MailChimp service. throw in the keywords. And serverless. Right, that's an important keyword. Yeah, so today I think before we actually try to improve the subscribe and the unsubscribe endpoints that we already did finish now, well, in its kind of first or second or third iteration, what I want to do is getting into the real deal, which means checking whether there is a new blog post. So remember, the idea of all of this is we have a blog, and whenever we publish a new blog post, after possibly like some time of like we allow for some leeway, but then at a specific time we check whether there is a new blog post, and if that is the case, then we send an email to our subscribers. That's the idea. The subscribers can subscribe using the subscribe endpoint, which we have implemented like 2 episodes ago, I think, and a bit more of a few episodes before that as well. And they can unsubscribe if they want to, if they really need to, using the unsubscribe endpoint, which we also implemented, I think, last time, if I remember correctly. So this time we're getting into the stuff where we check the blog, the RSS feed of the blog, for new entries. So without further ado, let's get some tea. I have a new kind of setup for the microphone, which makes it simpler for me to actually sit here. The problem is that it's much easier that I hit this the stand of the microphone, but sitting here and having the microphone in front of my face should be a lot easier. You might have also noticed that we now have the commands inside of the break screen. I show it. It's going to show up here. I show it just ever so quickly. Yeah, so it says try one of these, like exclamation mark fire, and you can also do that right now. Exclamation mark fire, exclamation mark snow, exclamation mark I forgot. CSS is one, another one, and drop. So first thing that we want to do, I think, is do a little bit of planning of what we have before us. For that, let me go to my trusty old friend diagrams.net draw.io, the old name of it. We did already do some planning. Remember, at the in the very first episode when we started this project, we wrote down the subscribe and the unsubscribe. In practice, these have changed ever so slightly, but the basic idea is still the same, which is a user or reader of the blog sends in a post request using the subscribe form that we have on our webpage. This endpoint that is called is being hosted by API Gateway. And in the case of subscribe, it's /subscribe. And this invokes the step function that then does all the work. Similarly, for the unsubscribe, we have probably inside of the email, I don't think we have set that up. We have an unsubscribe link inside of the email. We send the GET request, so we just click from within the email. You cannot send a post request from within the email, even though in this case post would be nicer in terms of choosing the right HTTP method for the right job. In this case, we have to use GET because from an email you cannot post. And so the user just clicks on this unsubscribe link, and then the workflow does all the work, and that's pretty much it. This is the fun part that we are going to work on today. Should we send a new newsletter? So this happens always on a new blog post. So we have to somehow understand, when do we have a new blog post? What we have, can I not click on this to open it? There we go. Is this kind of RSS feed. So an RSS feed is kind of XML document that is very, very formalized. It's fairly common in whenever you write a like news or news pages or blog pages and whatnot. Oftentimes the blogs that publish, like that host, the platform that hosts the blog automatically creates these kind of RSS feeds, which makes it very, very comfortable for the user of these platforms, because they don't need to do these manually. What we see is we essentially have, well, inside of this, first of the document definition, essentially, that it is a RSS. Can we see this inside of here? Yeah, there we go. It is an RSS feed, and inside of there we have a channel property. And this is the only thing, the only channel that is there. So we need to look at the actual things inside of this channel property, and there we will see we have a lot of items, and items are the actual blog posts typically. It might depend a little bit on your blog post, so double check if you want to rebuild this. Double check that your RSS feed has exactly the same format. But other than that, so for each item, and I think these are ordered by date. Update here we see the application date is September 19, 7/26 in GMT. So I'm currently in GMT +2, UTC +2, which means this is like 30 minutes ago. And the one before that was another 30 minutes ago, before the previous one. Then a couple of hours break time. So these are actually ordered by time, which is very good for us. In the case of devto/RSS, and /RSS is one thing that you see a lot. We can also try this, I don't know, on Bloomberg, maybe. /RSS, do they have one? No, they don't have a, I don't know, times /UK/RSS. Also no. Okay, they might use different routes. I don't know, but a lot of services provide this route /RSS, which you can see here. Let's zoom in slightly. There it is. Okay. How do I switch this off there? Okay, so for each item, we have like a title, we have like a pub date, a publication date. We have a link to the page, which is very good, very, very important, because we can just make like a button inside of the email to directly go there, and then we see the blog post. Not quite sure what QUID is. Apparently it's the same as the link here. Well, then even a description with, I don't know, maybe the first few blocks of the article. Can't really see. Categories in this case. Yeah, but this the exact details will depend on the blog provider that you're using. So be aware of that. Some things might be pre-described. RSS feed, Wikipedia. Really simple syndication. Yeah, content syndication is the keyword. Standardized format. How does the standard actually look like? Modules, variants, example. So we have title, we have description, we have a link, we have a pub date. Time to live. Is that a Q or is it a G? Ah, it's a GUID. Okay, that makes more sense. So it's a global unique identifier. Yeah. Then we can parcel this and everything is cool. All right. So from this, we want to check whether there is a new blog post. Given the needs of the blog that I'm working for, or that I'm working on, how do I say this? From my friend's blog, I don't think I need to call this ever too often. For us, or for her, it should suffice to just check it once a day at a specific time, like 4 o'clock in the morning, see whether there is a blog post and then send the email. I think that should be enough in that case. So that's why I put this here on the schedule. I call it cron job. Implemented in implementation, it will be AWS Event Bridge, which is a message bus, but you can also use it for scheduling, which then will trigger the workflow. And the workflow itself, so theoretically what we need to do is getting the RSS feed, turning the RSS feed into JSON, and I think I will unite these two into one Lambda function. Then checking whether the RSS feed has a new item within like 1 day, because there I don't think there will be a new blog post more than once a day, so we can do that. If we had a situation where we don't really know when and how often the blog posts will be published, we could have a separate database, let's say, and whenever we actually handle and inside of there we check, or we save the last publication date, which we have checked, and everything that is newer than this publication date we will pick and then send an email for that. I don't think that's necessary for us though. It should be fine. So has new item within last 24 hours instead, and if so, pass the item, otherwise pass nothing. If yes, then pass the item to the step function, which handles the actual sending. Not sure whether this is actually going to be a step function in itself, because at this point it just looks like send a templated email, done. which is yeah, very, very simple. There is a limit of 50 emails inside of here, so we might need to chunk this. So then this workflow becomes more complicated, in fact. Anything else? Yeah, if there is no new item within the last 24 hours, we're done. We can just say everything is good, green. Okay. So the question is, how do we write these Lambda functions now? So, and if you have any questions, please feel free to ask. Again, this is for checking whether we should send a newsletter and then triggering the actual workflow that does send the newsletter with the right data. For us, RSS feed plus convert to JSON. I think we can do that. That makes it just simpler. We have one Lambda function less, and we will never work with the raw RSS. So I don't think we need to split that. We could also do everything in just one Lambda function. That would also work. But for the sake of fiddling around with step functions, let's do it in two steps. It also yeah, it's slightly more verbose in a sense. The big idea is that we check whether there is a new item. Technically, we first get we use the RSS feed to get the information. So this is just a little bit more descriptive in a sense. You could easily just put these into one. The question then becomes, how do we write these Lambda functions? And so I did it in the past using serverless framework, just this service here. In serverless framework, what you do is, do we have an example? Quick start overview maybe. You have, well, like this. Oh, thank you. You essentially write a little bit of YAML, and it's very, very short. Here's your Lambda function. This. Now, can we stop this? Is there no way to? I just want to see a basic example. Getting started, probably. Come on. Tutorial. Just show me a basic example. Here we go. Well, this is not quite... come on, there should be something. Here, we have a function. This is now a Lambda function, or cloud function, or serverless function, whichever you want. It's basically a piece of code that you run inside of the cloud that typically does exactly one job. In this case, it creates a customer. We use this handler to specify, I think serverless is completely in Node.js, if I remember correctly. So we're doing Node.js in this case, because that's what I'm most comfortable with. JavaScript, TypeScript. You tell it that it should use the file create customer and the create customer function inside of there, and then it just calls it. And when does it call it? Whenever we have an API request, a post request to just the root route, then this function will get called and do the thing that it does. That's the basic idea. Yeah. So that's what I'm fairly comfortable with. The problem that I have is because I'm writing a post that is very, very oriented towards AWS, a blog post. So I'm writing a blog post about email sending on blog posts. Meta. So because I'm writing this post with, well, fairly, I try to be as well, low level is probably the wrong word because everything is fairly high level. But I try to avoid unnecessary stuff, in particular third-party dependencies. So I would like to avoid adding serverless. That means I need to write Lambda functions with the help of AWS. I can absolutely do that with just the UI. The problem is whenever I add any kind of node modules, let's see here, Lambda. Create a new function, or maybe we just take one that we already have, get random number, and in here I should see the code. There it is. So I could just write code like this. It is, however, JavaScript. And I don't want to write actual JavaScript. I want to write TypeScript because of type safety, because I will definitely make a mistake when I write JavaScript. So we first, to handle that, so the requirements at this point are write TS or TypeScript, not JavaScript. we also need to use node modules, and it is not, at least not easily possible, to use node modules inside of here. So what we would need to do is upload a zip file to Lambda, and this should be fairly comfortable. Comfortable to use. So options that I see for this is either a custom setup, but nah, I don't want to do a custom setup myself. Work. Sounds like work. We could do a serverless framework. This is the third part dependency I like to avoid for this blog article. Or we could use something AWS provides, and then we get into AWS SAM, AWS Server Application Model, aka SAM. I think that's going to be the thing that we are going to use, in fact. So SAM is another CLI tool. Where is my documentation? SAM, serverless application model. Let me share this with you. So it is a framework to build, well, serverless applications. Most importantly, I think Lambda, but you can also provision like DynamoDB stuff with it. You can also provision, I think, most other resources of AWS. Though it might be optimized for Lambdas, it is optimized, I think, for using DynamoDB, which is a serverless key value store, white column database. Yeah. So what it does, the basic idea is you write some YAML, you write your TypeScript, and so you write your application as you would usually do with like TypeScript, for example. You additionally specify like a YAML file, and then you use the CLI that SAM provides, and it compiles everything, it uploads it, or it builds everything, and then it uploads it to AWS Lambda under the specified names. And that's fairly comfortable. Serverless does pretty much the same, by the way. Serverless framework does pretty much the same. Yeah, so a serverless application in the context of SAM, they define it as a combination of Lambda functions, event sources, and other resources that work together to perform some task. It's more than just Lambda. Yeah. Anything else? Getting started, guys. Yeah. So to get started, what you do is you install, on the one hand, the AWS. So you need an AWS account, first of all, obviously. You then install the AWS SAM CLI, which is very, very simple. Upgrading it is also very, very simple. I did that just before the stream. Basically, you do the same that you would do with the install. You run it just as the install, and then it tells you, oh, we already found a version of it. Please run this install script with -- update to update it instead. And that's all there's to it. you need to have set up AWS credentials, which I assume if you've followed along ever so slightly with the previous streams, you already have. And if you've worked with AWS and the CLI, you already have this set up as well. Because it works just like the AWS CLI. Yeah, full stop. It works just as the AWS CLI. And then we can start with the tutorial. The tutorial being a GET route that is hosted on API Gateway, which we have been using for our setup here as well. And it invokes an AWS Lambda function. So in this case, we use SAM init. We say, well, it just comes directly with the hello world example, if I remember correctly. There's nothing to do here. So they just build it and then they deploy it. Not 100% sure what guided does. I suppose it's like interactive and it asks you some questions and whatnot. Well, we will do something very, very similar, but we want to use TypeScript. That's very, very important. So if you want to follow along with the tutorial, that's right there. And as soon as we've started this, we will also check out how it actually looks like. Let's go ahead and call. So we use this TypeScript fun stuff. I'm not 100% sure. And now provides the capability to create a sample TypeScript project using a template. Since this feature is still in preview, you can enable this by one of the following. Use the environment variable SAM CLI beta ES build equals 1 or true. Bring the following to the SAM config toml, which I don't know where it's actually located. And then one of the following. So either this one, that one, that one. I should have used A, B, C, D. This one obviously being the simplest one, I think, or that one. Let's. I think it is out of beta, if I'm not mistaken. From when is this? Oh, it's February 22. Okay, so maybe it's not out of beta just yet. Let's try it. So we run SAM init, and then a wizard comes up, and we should be able to use TypeScript inside of there. So SAM, as I've said earlier, I have it installed. I can show you the version. SAM CLI version 156.1. That's the newest one, at least for Ubuntu 18. So let's call SAM init right here. Which template would you like to use? The quick start or the custom template location? Let's use quick start. Choose an AWS quick start application template. Hello world, multi-step workflow, serverless API, schedule tasks, standalone function, data processing, Lambda EFS, which is for machine learning, I think. Wait, no, EFS, I don't know, or machine learning. We want, I think we just go with the wait, schedule tasks sound very, very promising, right? Let's do that one. We use node 16. Would you like to enable X-ray tracing? Let's say yes. I don't think we were able to set TypeScript. Let's do that again. Which is 1. We choose the hello world this time. Use the most popular? No. We want to use Node.js 16, which is the 10 in this list. So, which runtime would you like to use? Maybe I open this ever so slightly more. We take number 10, which is Node.js 16. We use zip file. And then we are, in this case, we can use the hello example TypeScript. Would you like to enable X-ray tracing? Let's say no for the time being. The project is going to be called the tag for new blog. Let's call it should send newsletter. And there we go with, I think. Create a pipeline, validate this template. Let's copy all of this because I'm going to need that later. And we do just like that. Whoops. This is lock in this case. And options. Yeah. Thread this one down as well. Like something like choosing the right tool. That didn't work. Copy you over to here. Very good. All right. We got that one rocking. And now if we open this, I did put it in the wrong place, but that's fine, I think. CD should send you newsletter. There we go. Let's first move -r should send your newsletter into blog slash should send newsletter. Move does not have an -r. Just move. I think it is. Oh, in fact, we need to move it more into 3 slash. Let's just call it Sam. 3 Sam. Okay, there we go. We got it. We finally got it. So, what do we have in here? We have a README. Let's start there. Should send newsletter. This project contains source code and supporting files for a serverless application that you can deploy with the SAM CLI and includes the following files and folders. The hello world. Well, this is the code for the application. We have events, which is invocation events that you can use to invoke the Lambda functions. That's like an example request or an example event that would get injected into the Lambda function, because at least from when you integrate it with API gateway. Hello world /tests, which are the unit tests, and we have template YAML, the template for the AWS resources. This is what's actually going to be deployed in a sense, or this is what describes what is actually going to be deployed. Global functions, not 100% sure what this does, but what we see here is it is using serverless, some kind of transform, and the AWS template version, a description, and then we define what resources we are actually going to deploy. We have a Lambda function, which we say, well, this is a serverless function. In other words, it's a Lambda. We have the handler inside of here. We say where is the code located, so everything under this is it kind of becomes a mono repo in a sense if you have multiple Lambda functions in here. What will be called actually, so if we go inside of here, app.lambda handler is the function that is actually being called, and then this one may call other code, but this is kind of the entry point to our application. Where does it run and on what kind of runtime? So it's a 64-bit architecture. I don't think we actually care about this very much. How is it invoked? It is invoked via API gateway events, and it also does it automatically? Yeah, it also automatically deploys this and sets everything up so that there is a route /hello inside of this API, which is called hello world, I think then. And we have a get method on this path, which then integrates immediately with the Lambda function, which is very, very nice. We don't need to do anything fiddly like we did last time. It was kind of a lot of work. So how is it going to build our code? Well, it's using ES-build. It should minify. We target ES 2020, which we can do because we're using Node.js 16. And our entry point for ES-build, which is a tool for actually compiling, on the one hand, compiling TypeScript into JavaScript, but also transforming that JavaScript into something that is compatible with other things, like, and packaging all of that to something. We also define when we deploy this, what will be shown inside of the CLI. We will have like the API route, which then looks like this. And we have the ARN, the Amazon resource name, the unique identifier inside of Amazon for our function, and the IAM role that it is using, or better to say it's ARN itself. Because we might actually need to adjust this function. All right. With that, I think we can just deploy this from here on. So we have all of that. Let's maybe just look at the code for ever so quickly. So it receives some event, it doesn't do anything. We see that because it's grayed out. We have everything typed very, very nicely. It cannot find the module AWS Lambda. So probably the first thing that we do need to do is actually go into hello world and call npm install, I would expect. Which I guess, yeah, here defines the types of the Lambda function. Come on, npm install, you can do it. Come on. Come on. Some output, please. Hello? Somebody there? Why? Now it's doing stuff. At least it's doing stuff. Okay, yeah, there we go. There we go. Not sure why it was taking so long and didn't even write anything out into the console. So what do we do here? Building and deploy. So we can just use SAM build apparently. Oh, yes, build does not do type checkings. So we need to use TSC CLI beforehand probably. But we can apparently just, oh no, not there. Well, let's start with type checking, TS in my case. So this is calling the TypeScript compiler -- no emit. We do not have any TypeScript errors inside of there. Let's check what it does. It tries to build an API response and returns it. That's all there's to it. Let's rewrite this ever so slightly into return this, return that. But now it's not timed. Oh, it is typed. It is absolutely typed. There we go. So if we say ASDF inside of here, that should error, I think. Yeah, it is already typed. So slightly nicer code, at least shorter code. We go in, we just return something because we're talking to an API gateway. Remember, we want to send a response to the. In this case, we want to send a response to the API and to the client. That's why we say the HTTP status code is going to be 200, so everything is okay. And the body is going to be this kind of stringified JSON, which just says message hello. And in the other case, if something goes wrong, there is nothing going wrong here. I can already show you. Then we log an error. We can also log an error. And in this case, we say status code 500, which is, I think, internal server error. Is that right? TP 500. Yeah, internal server error. And in this case, we return the error, which might not be what we want. It might also be that the API gateway does something with this, but I don't know. But for the time being, that should be about it. Let's try to build this. Well, let's first check TypeScript once more, and then we build it. We have to go into the one level higher. So pw current working directory, pwd. You cannot see. There it is. So I'm now in the root SAM directory. I am inside this root directory here, and now I can run SAM build, which should create a new directory. There it is. Can also SAM validate ever so slightly. Very good. And let's for the time being, let's just deploy it immediately. Let's use guided minus guided. The SAM configuring SAM deploy, looking for config file, SAM config not found. Okay, so we have to kind of create a SAM config file inside of here. We call this app should send newsletter. We deploy to US East 1. We probably show you there's a reason the changes to be deployed. Require yes, confirm changes before deploy. Yes. SAM needs permission to be able to create roles to connect to the resources in your template. Allow SAM role creation. Yeah, you can do that. So SAM will, in and of itself, create a role for itself to be used. Preserve the state of previously provisioned resources within operation when an operation fails. No, don't do that. Don't disable rollback. It should properly roll back. It may not have authorization defined. That's okay-ish. Yes. Save arguments to config files. Absolutely. Please do that. And the configuration file is going to be samconfig.toml. Toml being yet another file format, just like YAML. I don't know why they came up with yet another version, but yeah. Configuration environment is just default. Yeah, that sounds good-ish. Let's do it. Creating resources. I would have expected that it's actually telling me what resources it's going to deploy, but maybe that comes in a minute. Let's do a quick audio check in the meantime. Hello, this is an audio check. Okay, very good, very good, very good. Drink some more tea. We can also do a quick stretch while we're at it. stretch that back. And the shoulders. Moving those arms back to stretch the shoulder blades. And the front of the chest while it's working. So there we go. It is doing stuff. I thought I will. I need to close your changes. Confirm changes before deploy. Yes. Oh, there we go. Okay, yeah, here we go. So what it will do is it creates apparently some permissions for a Lambda function. It will create a role for the Lambda functions. For the Lambda function, it will create the Lambda function itself. And this is actually probably the more important part. It will create an API gateway deployment. It will create a stage, and it will create a REST API. Very good. Replacement. So none of these exist yet, so there is nothing to be replaced. All of these are add operations. SAM can partially, depending on the resource that you're working with, kind of update stuff while it is running. If it's only configuration changes, for example, then it can just update stuff without actually recreating anything. That depends a lot on the resource. You also see that in stuff like Terraform and so on. I think in the background it will create, if I'm not mistaken, yeah, there it is. It will create a CloudFormation stack. CloudFormation being the AWS, the Terraform kind of on AWS, the infrastructure as code tool. And you can see that if you've never worked with it. You can even see that inside of the console. Sorry. CFM CloudFormation. And inside of there, we currently apparently have two things set up, and both of them were created just now by Sam, in fact. And this handles all of the stuff, and when we update this stack, so this is just a, where is it? It's in review. Okay. Here. This is just a JSON which defines exactly what we need, what kind of resources we want to deploy. It has a very specific language. There's some inbuilt functions inside, I feel, like this fn join, which you might not be able to see ever so slightly. It is a very, very specific language, or references and whatnot, that AWS has defined. You probably don't want to write this yourself. You instead use tools like SAM to generate them for you, because writing this is like terrible. I can assure you. But it is much better than not having anything in terms of infrastructure as code. All right. So this is currently in review, and I think we can allow this. This looks good. We see the output right here. We would find everything inside of this template as well, pretty much. Let's do it. Deploy. Go for it. And I'll be back in like 2-3 minutes while it is deploying. Feel free to enjoy the show.
Swarna_P joined our tea time.
And back we are. Hey, it deployed. And welcome to the TypeScript Tea Time, Swana. Just when I was leaving. Maybe I should leave more often. Let's pour some tea for you. Cheers! Layback, this is the TypeScript Tea Time if if you've just joined. We are building a newsletter similar to MailChimp, kind of, but only for one person. The idea being, whenever, so a friend of mine has a blog, and when she wants to add a newsletter to it, so whenever she writes a new blog, she wants to inform her subscribers, the people that have provided her email newsletter subscribers. She wants to inform them that there is, in fact, a new blog post so that people come and read her blog. More people come and read her blog. And the basic idea is we have like a couple of routes. So let me go ever so quickly into the preparation mode here. We have a couple of workflows, essentially. On the one hand, people can just subscribe using a web form. Using a form on the website, which triggers a workflow where we then save the email address. People can unsubscribe. We have, and that's what we are working on currently, a workflow that checks whether we should send a new email. So it looks for an RSS feed in this case. Lots of blogs actually provide you with RSS feeds automatically. And in her case, the platform that she uses also generates that automatically. So we just have to use the RSS feed, look at the publication date and see, oh, there's a new blog post. Let's send a new email. And then finally the last part is, if we should send a new blog post, then actually send it to all the subscribers. That's the 4 steps that I thought of so far. And that's the basic idea. Yeah. So what we're currently doing, as I said, we're working on the should we send an email newsletter. The basic idea is we have a couple of Lambda functions which check they get the RSS feed, they convert it into JSON, because I'm working in JavaScript or TypeScript, and working with JSON is much more elegant and easier. And then we check whether there is a new item just within the last 24 hours, because she will only publish one blog like in the once per day, so that should be fine. So for this, however, we need to write JavaScript code, and we need to use node modules, I think, because I don't want to write a parser completely from scratch for RSS to JSON. That would be just terrible to write. So we need to access node modules, and I actually don't want to write JavaScript. I want to write TypeScript. And that's how we came up with let's use AWS SAM. I could also use serverless framework, but I don't want to introduce anything that is like third party concerning AWS. So we have it deployed, and I think we can just call this API route now. I think it was just a GET request, right? There it is. And please try it yourself if you want to. It should just say hello world to you, and that's all there's to it. So if we change the code, and for example we take hello world and we do something like, well, convert this into a template string, and we do event dot the body as a string. So try let's see, what do we want? How do I get query parameters? I think we have an example of an event inside of here. We have like query string params. There we go. Query string params. Very good. So we can just say query string event dot query string params dot I think it might be something like this. Oh, this gives us an authorizer context. I don't know. Let's do it like this for now. Query string parameters, and we have an optional. So this is an object which has a name question mark, and in this case it's a string. Let's assume. Now we should be able to just say name right there. And now it would say, if I call this as, where did the route go? There we go. Slash hello question mark name equals Swana. Then it should say hello Swana instead. So let's, on the one hand, TypeScript compile to this. Hello world TS. That worked. Then go back into the root directory. We call sam build. And oh, okay. Your template contains a resource with a logical ID serverless REST API. Implicit API. Okay, they're doing some magic here. That's fine. We don't have a resource that is named serverless REST API, so that should be alright-ish. So did we build? We did build indeed. And now we can sam deploy in this case. Deploying. This should be much faster, I think. I hope. Should it? I think it should. Yeah, I think it should. There we go. In this case, we changed the, well, we definitely changed the lambda function. Because we're changing the version, I think, it also changes the REST API. In both cases, we do not do any kind of replacement. So that's good. That should be fairly quick to do. Refresh every 0.5 seconds. I'm probably off. Am I? Wait. Well, not sure. That seems to have worked. And now if we call our API with name Swana, it works. So try this out. Name equals time, for example. Time. So that's very, very easy to redeploy in particular. As you can see there, we don't need to write 20 million different different things. We don't need to convert into JavaScript manually. All of that is taken care of for us, which makes this very, very comfortable. Are we already using any kind of dependencies? We do not, I think. Yeah, we do not. All right, so let's get into it. I think we have those two done. We can close this one. We can close. We need you probably. And now comes the fun part. So we get an RSS feed. We then convert it into JSON. That's what we want to do-ish. Let's get this thing here. So const API equals RSS feed API. I will just hardcode this for the moment. We will move it into move to env in a couple of minutes, I think. So we can, since we're in Node, we don't have fetch. That means I will probably just use Axios right here, which is a package with which you can make API requests. That worked. That went fairly quick. And now we can call Axios. Axios comes with TypeScript support, so there is not much to do. We can just say get RSS feed API, and then we say const data is equal to RSS feed API. We probably want to move this into the try part and give it a type. In this case, this will be a string, right? I think it does. We need to await because it's an API call, and API calls in Node are always asynchronous. So fortunately, our Lambda function is already async, so we can just say await right there. So, and this is the actual data, the actual body, if I'm not mistaken. So const, let's just console log this for a moment. There we go. And now we get into local development. So what we can do is, if I remember correctly, let me open this, maybe build, deploy. I want to run this locally now. SAM local start API. Yeah, there we go. SAM local. There is no SAM local. Local invoke. There we go. All right. Let's invoke our function. That didn't work. Apparently the SAM CLI is written in Python, it seems. No such file. Okay. So we need to go into the root directory. I was in the hello world directory. Apparently we need to go into the root directory to call the Lambda functions, which kind of makes sense. Did it do something? I think it did, but we do not have any kind of output, unfortunately. Well, can also just run it using unit tests, huh? Where is my unit test, in fact? There it is. Describe. We do not describe. One level of intentionless. We apparently need just types. Come on, you can do it. Okay, let's go back to hello world and install jest so that our friend is not complaining anymore. Okay, do it. Reload window. If that helps. So, TS config. This is annoying. Cannot find it. I did install jest right there. It has the matching version. Very good. Oh. Let's ignore that, I guess. Let's see whether we can actually run it using tests. I don't think we can. Cd hello world. Darn test. And it fails. No, it doesn't. Okay. Interesting. All right. That worked. And so currently our event should have something like query string parameters name. Let's say Peter here. And in that case, we want hello Peter right there. Let's run this test again. That is green. Very good. And we see that all of this fun stuff has been logged, which comes from right here. And that is exactly the RSS feed data. So we have the, and you see here, \RSS. So that worked. Now convert RSS to JSON is the next thing that we want. I think we can use XML parse to JSON. Nope. PM package. XML to JSON. Let's see. This one has 16 million downloads. It has a couple of issues, but XML to JSON. Oh, JS to XML is not what we want. I guess we take this one. Simple XML to JavaScript. Yeah. Ever had the urge to parse XML? I wanted to access the data in some sane, easy way. And don't want to compile a C parser for whatever reason. Well, I wonder why that is. Then XML.js was what you're looking for. Simple XML to JavaScript object converter. It supports bidirectional conversion, uses Sex.js and XML Builder.js. If you're looking for a full DOM parser, you probably want JS DOM. We don't need a DOM parser. We might actually get away also with an RSS thingy. HTML parser feed. but none of these seem to be like totally up to date. So let's just take the XML, sorry, XML to JSON one. And we install XML to JSON, and we see that it does not include TypeScript types, but it does have a types type definition. So we can npm install -d for development, because we don't need the types in production. And then install XML2JS types. And from there, we can look at how we're actually going to use this friend here. Something like this, apparently. We can say parse string from XML.js, and we want the Promisify version, probably. Yeah. Const RSS feed is equal to data. And that should now look much more sane, I think, in terms of when you're used to JavaScript at the very least. Well, yeah, it looks very, very sane because it just says channel object. Let's maybe say rss.channels. And here we probably want to say something like assert is RSS feed. And whoopsie. Let's define a function assert RSS feed. We take the RSS feed unknown. Let's go through this. So asserts RSS feed is an RSS feed interface. RSS feed has RSS. It has channels, which is an array. Is it an array? I think it is. No, it's an array. Yeah, it's an array. It's an array of some kind of objects. I am not yet sure what exactly. So let's for the time being say unknown array, and this has to be defined more clearly. And we can say RSS feed is indeed an RSS feed. So if RSS feed is not an object or it is null, well, then error. If we don't have the property RSS inside of there, then it is null. If I would like to do this, but it doesn't work. Const RSS feed obj RSS. So I'm just overriding the type here in a sense, and this has like channels question mark unknown array. All of these are optional in this case. And then we can replace all of these. And we get rid of the TypeScript errors. And the assignment now works because it is indeed an object thanks to this check up here. So that's good. And when we check that, fact, we can do this up here, I think. So now we have an RSS property. We have, we could do, by the way, also a, yeah, maybe that's a better idea. Using something like Yup or TSIO or Zod and whatnot for this validation. But for the time being, I think this is okay-ish. So we are fairly happy with that. We can also change this code later on. But I want to limit the amount of stuff that I write inside out there, because when I turn this into a blog article, I need to explain what happens. And having to all of a sudden explain Zod as well, that kind of blows the scope, I think. So let's check this one out. Apparently we have 0 inside of there. Let's run this test once more, and now we should see some more inside of there. That failed. Ah. It is missing the channels property. Why? Oh, it's called channel. It's not channels. That should do it. Do that again. So it is called channel, but it's still an array. Okay, yeah, that's confusing, but it's just the way it is, baby. And we have TypeScript errors right there, which would have warned us if we would have looked properly. Oh, it's good to be back in TypeScript, I gotta say. All right, that looks promising. We now have a list of items. Yeah. First of all, we have the channel itself, which is the blog page. In this case, it is the dev.to blog or blog platform. We have a description, we have a link, we have an atom link, we have a language, we have item. How do we... Oops. If you need some special options, fear not. XML supports a number of options. See below. What does this trim? Simple as pie. Do we have something like arrays here? A one-to-one bidirectional conversion is guaranteed only for default configuration, except for attribute key, char key, and explicit array options. You can redefine to your taste. Writing C data is supported via setting the C data. Anybody work with XML in JavaScript before? Tell me how it was. Explicit array, default true. Always put child nodes in an array if true. Otherwise an array is created only if there is one. I think I will take explicit array to be false. That's the wrong one. Options, explicit array, false. Probably also want trim true and normalize true. Looks alright. We could also just use a validator right there. Alright. Ba-bum. That didn't work. Channel is not an array. Ah, right. Channel. Let me ever so quickly check something. So I need to check the actual block that I'm writing this for, whether it has the right format. Yeah, it has one channel, it has RSS, it has channel, then the title and so on, and then the actual items. Yeah, so it has the exact same format just as dev.to. Very nice, very nice, very nice. Standards are very, very useful. I gotta say, standards are very, very useful. So let's see. Channel is not an array anymore. If not, RSS feed object. If not, if type of RSS feed, RSS unequal to object, or this thing is null, then do this. And in fact, I think we can get rid of all of this stuff now, and this one as well. It's just implicit. We check this implicitly now. That's very, very easy now. All right. And now this is channel. Done. Can we do this again? Ah, it's not an array anymore. It's now some form of object. And saying some form of object in TypeScript is saying record of some property key, so of some form of keys that have some values. Done. So that worked. If you wonder why there is still XML inside of here, this is the inside of the description property. So that's a different thing. It would be nice if we can just trim those out. Okay, here it starts finally. So we have title, we have description, we have a link, we have an atom link, we have a language, we have items inside of there. And these items are what we want to look at, I think. Very nice. Oh. Can we get this XM? If we set the header to JSON, do we get... Let's test this. If we set the content type that we want to JSON, do we get a JSON response? That would be very, very useful, because then we don't need to convert anything, because it's done for us. Let's save this under, thank you, test.htp. Let's send this to get requests. This should just give us the XML as before. There it is. Very good. And if we say JSON right here, does that work? No. Good. It just ignores the content type. All right. Get it. So that doesn't work. It was a nice try. It was nice. It was worth a try, definitely. Because then we could have just completely skipped the transformation, and that would make things even simpler. So assert RSS feed, and then we can log those items inside of here. In fact, I want to say this dude here has item, which is an array of items. Interface item. It has a title, which is a string. It has the most important one being pub date, probably a string. We have a link. We have a GUID, which can be useful as well. We have a description. Is that it? We have apparently also a category, which is some sort of array. And for the one that I'm actually looking for, UID, I think we have an enclosure which has a URL property. How do we access the property? Is it just like so? To do double check. This depends a bit on the blog, I think. Dev.to does not provide it. This is the basic the thumbnail. Thumbnail image. This is the thumbnail. Let's see here. RSS enclosure. A way of attaching multimedia content to RSS feeds by providing the URL of a file associated with an entry, such as an MP3 file to a music recommendation or photo to a diary entry. So it depends on the block what you have here. It should provide a media type. Yeah. Type. Image / JPEG, or it could be something else. String and no. Shut up, ESLint. Actually, I don't even want ESLint inside of here if I can help it. Ignore it. Yeah. That should work. So what this does is we get autocompletion by using this syntax for image / JPEG, but it might also be just any form of string. If we do not unite string here with the object, and string is an object, so this would technically reduce to string, and then some literal string united with just regular string would just be eaten, so it just becomes string. with this we can kind of enforce enforcing auto-completion for literals, but allowing any value. All right. Good. Very good. How do we get the attributes? Ignore attributes. Merge attributes. Merge attributes and child elements as properties of the parent. How do we do this with attributes? Specify attributes. Processing attributes, tag name processor, attribute name processor. Do we have anything? Ah, so it's prefixed with a $. Okay. Let's redefine this, I think. I want attribute key attributes. So this becomes attributes and then this fun stuff. Yeah, that should do the trick, I think. I hope. Stretching. Redip, welcome to the stream. Let's give it a quick stretch. Getting those shoulder blades moving. Sitting in this position all day long is not good. And also, the one thing that one of my favorite stretches, I do this pretty much every time on stream. Grab your right wrist with your left hand. Pull it up. Try to sit first of all on the ledge of your seat, or even stand up. Then grab your right wrist, stretch up, make a straight back, and then shift to the side. And you should feel a stretch in here on the side. And if you like, you can also twist ever so slightly, which moves the stretch ever so slightly more to the front, which is very good for getting your the muscles around the stomach and the essentially the core, stretching them ever so slightly, particularly the side part here. And now for the other direction, well, take your right hand, grab your left hand's wrist, and again straight back and leaning to the left, to the right this time, and maybe twist ever so slightly and look up into the sky. You can also just look straight forward, but I don't know, it feels like looking up into the sky strengthens the stretch ever so slightly. That's good. Thank you for the stretch. What kind of stretching do you typically do? Red lip. Is there a redip? Sorry, it looks like an L in between there. It's just the eye and my eyes being unable to read. All right, so our RSS feed item should have this format, I thinketh. Very good. Most importantly, the publication date, which is typically actually not in isostring format, which is terrible, but I hope Node actually supports this new date of what he says. Yeah, Okay, very good, very good. This is taking the time zone into account, it seems. If we say this, yeah, we see that the time zone is actually taken into account, and it prints it as UTC. Very good, very good, very good. Whew. Node.js got us covered. I don't want to fiddle around with time zone issues now. That would be just absolutely terrible. Oh, do we not have the pub date in the one? Oh yeah, it is. Okay, everything is good. Everything is good. Whew. I was concerned for a second. I was looking at the blog that I'm actually working with, not the dev.to blog. And it does also have a pub date. Very good, very good. I think this is actually part of the RSS specification, if I'm not mistaken, but don't quote me on that. All right. How are you doing, Meetup? Have you worked with AWS Lambda? Because that's what we're currently writing. Before? Or anything inside of the AWS network? If not, what are you working on? Get rid of these dudes. Okay. So we have our RSS feed and we have all of the items. Now we can, that's actually it. We need to check whether the pub date is now in the right format. So const items is equal to this dot map to RSS to nice RSS feed item. Let's create this function for const item and it transforms into what exactly? So we probably want title pub date link UID description. Actually, all I want, I think, is item dot title I want the pub date, I want the link, I want the GUID, I want everything except for pub date. Pub date ..rest. So we can do ..rest and then we say published date, published at new date of pub date. Should we turn it into an ISO string? I don't think we need to at this point, so that should be fine. I'm going to learn AWS and currently looking for DevOps trainee positions. So very nice. I don't know TS or JS, but found the string from DevOps Stack. Oh, cool. Thank you for letting me know. It's very, very useful for me. Yeah, we are currently I'm currently in the process of trying to of building this kind of infrastructure here on AWS. So let me maybe ever so quickly go. Have I explained the setup while, or the goal while you were here? Otherwise I will do a quick overview. So the essential idea is a friend of mine has a blog and she wants to add an email newsletter. So she collects then the emails of people, of her readers who actually subscribe using her blog. They send an HTTP request, like a regular request via the internet, to an API, which we provide using AWS API Gateway, which is a way just to get an endpoints. And I think I have one here You can try it if you want. It looks like this. If we go inside of the AWS UI and I go to API Gateway, we see a couple of things here. We see in particular this should send newsletter, which I just created for displaying the default template. And inside of here we have a route/hello, which you see here in the /prod/hello, and then !name equals tea-time, for example. So we do a GET request, and we specify all of that inside of, where is it? Yeah. It is a GET request where we can call this hello. And when we do this GET request, we call this Lambda function using what's called an integration. The last few streams we actually set up much more using the CLI. There it looks more like this. We have our what they call it stages. Actually, these are, I think this is kind of useless, the stages. You have your route here, and when you go inside of the stage, when you go inside of here on the left to routes, you see we have a subscribe endpoint where people can post, and we have an unsubscribe, which is just a GET. It is theoretically it should be post because something is happening, or put, or delete. Actually, it should be delete, I think. The problem is there is no option to call delete. It is definitely not possible to call post from within an email. So that's why we use a GET instead. So what I think of, you have your email, and at the very, very bottom you see a to unsubscribe, click here, this kind of thing. And that's why it's a GET request instead. And this integrates then using integrations with more stuff. In our case, for the subscribe part, these integrations are step functions. For the unsubscribe, also step functions. And for sending the newsletter, it will be slightly different, I think. I don't know yet, because it's called on a schedule to verify whether we should actually send a newsletter. You have a new blog post, and now you want to notify all your subscribers. Hey, there is a new blog post here. Check it out. This is the link. Maybe also have like the image, the thumbnail inside of the email. So that's what I was thinking about. I think we will actually do it also with AWS step function, which is a way to step functions is a way to kind of, they call it orchestration service. It's a way to build workflows, to do something on Lambda, then do something on a completely different service, then do something with a simple email service, then do something, or take the output from this simple email service and save it into a DynamoDB. And all of that you can use with a using this kind of visual editor, that's what I want to call it. But you also actually generate the code if you do this. So that's this workflow studio, and inside of here we can now add new stuff. For example, invoke this Lambda function, and now we just provide some configuration for the Lambda function, and we invoke then the Lambda function automatically as soon as we invoke the step function, and it goes through these individual steps and also gives you the output and all of that fun stuff, which is very, very, very useful to collaborate. And at the end you just get this generated code for your infrastructure as code, because that's what you want in the end, right? Everything else is just not manageable, I don't think. Yeah, that's the basic idea of what we're working on. In this case, so we are now, as I said, with the should we send a newsletter step, and to manage this better, so I need to write a Lambda function. I could just do this via the UI. Lambda function being just some code that is running inside of the cloud. In our case with JavaScript. The problem is I don't want to write JavaScript. And we also have to use external libraries, and including that all using the this editor that Lambda is actually providing is pretty much not possible. There are some tools that help you with that, but that's not fun. So what we did is we instead set up what is called AWS SAM, the serverless application model, which is a CLI tool, to, well, on the one hand, just generate a lot of the boilerplate that you have, but then also to deploy our function, in this case it's called hello world function, into the cloud with just the CLI command. All I do at the end of the day is call, well, I need to go into the right directory and then say SAM deploy. And with that, the magic just happens. Does it compile? Maybe I have to first call SAM deploy and then SAM build and then deploy. Because I'm using TypeScript, I have to first compile, I think. And that's all I need to do now. I can now concentrate on actually writing my code instead of fiddling around with the infrastructure too much. So that's the setup that we're working with. Hope that helps. I don't know how deep you're in. You said you're going to learn AWS. So that might have been a bit much. It might have been also that you already know all of these services. Or maybe you see that, wow, these are actually used. You can actually do stuff with them, because for some AWS services, I'm like, is this even useful? Why do we need another one of these? Right? All right. So in this case, we are writing a Lambda function. Let's go over this ever so quickly once more. We fetch the data and we confirm that it is actually in the right format. Oh, that's right. Yeah, we confirm, or we pass the RSS feed, which is an XML document. First time hearing about those. Okay, yeah. The one that you probably heard of is AWS Lambda, which again is just a way to run code in the cloud, which typically just does one job. Very, very kind of close. Theoretically, you could replace the step function with a Lambda function itself, and the Lambda function calls other Lambda functions and it calls other stuff. But Lambda is not designed for that. Lambda is designed to do stuff. It is not designed to orchestrate stuff, to say first you, then you, then you, then you, then you. That's why we're using AWS step functions instead. Kind of playing the cards, playing on the strengths of our cards. So we get the RSS feed. We then convert, because it's XML, we convert it into a JSON. We then assert that it has the actual correct format, and it is in fact an RSS feed JSON now. And then we can look at all those items. And now I just map or transform the dates ever so slightly. Do not provide the return data there. And all I'm doing is just create a JavaScript date out of the pub date property, because I want to order items.sort by this, I think. We don't need to use getTime. Does it have to be a number in sort? Oops. What's the return data? It's a number. Yeah, okay. Then we have to call getTime in this case. And now we can just say items at position 0 if items at position 0 if is within 24 hours item at position 0. Let's create this function. Oh well, maybe first, whoops, why? Let's create this function. TypeScript. Why are you not saying add function declaration? There it is. We don't need any of these, I don't think. All we need is Jesus. It is a published at. So I get the published at property, and I now say now is 24, and then I compare the times, and apparently this is 24 hours. So this value is diff in milliseconds, and it should be that this is 24 hours in millis. Okay, I'm not allowed 24 or 1 day in millis. I'm not allowed to use 24 at the beginning, apparently. So this is milliseconds to seconds. This is 1 day to hours, 24 hours per day, or we want 24 hours in this case. We want hours to minutes, we want minutes to seconds, and then we want seconds to milliseconds. Okay. There are libraries that do this, but I don't think we need to add another library for this kind of code. Let's move this to the top, like so. And now, so if this is within 24 hours, then we want to return status code 200, return, so this is just the standard format that we, I think, have to use. It has new blog post, or blog article. True. And then the new article is this. And dot map to how does this stringify? Let's start a node ever so quickly. JSON.stringify. Oops. Very good. Is it? Wait. JSON.parse. That's now a string. Not quite what we want. So I think what we need is new date dot to ISO string. That's, and then we don't need to stringify it anymore. We don't need to parse it and either. Like this. That's the same, right? I think we do this. Map dot rest, and we want, in this case, we want to kind of convert back published at maps to an object, and this is update published at dot rest, and we want to say dot not working. Make this into a new function. Const to response body, response item. I don't know. So this friend here takes an I am lazy, so I used return type of to nice RSS feed item. So this takes the input of as input of this function. We take the output of this function. That's what I'm writing here. To ISO string, and there we go. Thank you. And there we go. And that should be it. So this does now everything, I think. I think this whole workflow, get the RSS feed and convert it to JSON, is now, as well as has new item within last 24 hours, is now one single Lambda function. Which is okay, I think. Otherwise, say false, and we write null right here. Actually, we can just leave it, just not use it. And this is the property that we are going to actually check using our workflow to decide, with the help of a choice, whether we should send an email or whether we should send no email whatsoever. That's it. Are you, my friend? Sorts an array in place. Yeah, very good. That's what we need in this case. This method mutates, so in place means mutating the array, and additionally, okay. In place means mutating the array that you provide, that you're calling this function on. All right. We can say something like const by date. Yep. Const is equal to what he says. Let's double check that we actually use the right order here though. So console.log items dot map. And I just want to say map the item to its published at date to ISO string. ISO. All right, let's go into hello world and run a test. npm run compile and npm run unit. Oh wow, that's a lot of output. The important part here is we see that 953 is the newest one, 951 is the second oldest one, the second newest one, and so on and so on. So this is indeed by date newest first. Very good. Well, that should be fine. We can throw out you. Don't need you anymore. We can also rename you, my friend, into latest article. Const or newest article is equal to items at 0 because it's sorted now. Come on. Let's call this by pub date. Newest first. Okay, looking good. If something breaks, I probably still want to have this property here. I'm not 100% sure what step functions will do if it receives a 500 error. I think it considers as an error and it will just not continue with the workflow. So if we go to our step functions here, for example, let's look at subscription. This one here, for example, has failed. We did not use any Lambda functions, but here it received a failure state because this email apparently already exists when it was trying to save the email contact, and then it just stops the workflow. I'm not 100% sure what happens if we return a 500 error code from within the Lambda function, because it's still kind of a valid response type, right? It's still a valid response, but the difference being it is on HTTP level, it's an error response, and maybe there is something inside of step functions that checks, oh, it's a 500 code. It not just crashed, which is also an option to get an error inside of JavaScript. But we did get a response, which, however, is an error response. Then also say, okay, this failed. I'm not 100% sure what it will do. Actually, this is wrong. Yeah. So maybe let's write that down. To do what does step functions do with when we return a 500 HTTP error? Question mark. All right. Why are you complaining? Event is defined but never used. Well, just ignore it for now. Very good, very good, very good. I think that should do the trick here. Now, what do we need? We need to have a schedule now to run this on, right? Or maybe first let's run this, right? I think. Let's run this. Run a test. Give it a stretch because we have to wait for the tests to run. Very good. Do we still log anything? No, we don't. What we expected was message hello Peter. Well, that's not quite correct anymore. I think what we can already say is we want to have has blog article, and it should be true. Be aware that this currently changes each time because it has side effects. Which makes it very, very hard to test. But we could get around that in a minute. So it has blog article. It has a side effect right here because it's fetching from a remote URL. And it also has a side effect wherever we call new date. Right there. Because this depends on the current time of the world. So it is also a side effect. Your test output will change as the world, the flow of world time is progressing. So calling the test twice does not give you the same result if you don't call it in the exact same moment. So what else do we have here? We have the pub date. This all looks very, very nice, to be honest. Yeah, very, very nice. I like it. Yeah, other than that, this looks very nice. So testability, which we would still have to do something, but well, expect dot any object. Nothing. Wait, why? Because it's typing it here. Type. So I don't want to type it because it's actually reducing the type safety in this case. TypeScript sees that there is a name property, while when we provide the type right here, it is actually turning this one into just an object. Wait, I think there's another way to do this. If we add u once more, we can say this. No? Null is not assignable. That works. Alright. Cannot find these. I wonder why it can't find the types right now. Right, do it again. But that shouldn't have changed anything. Inverse false. What? We cannot use expect here. JSON.parse. That should work. Very good. Very good. And we can be slightly more precise. But I don't think we need to. That's fine. It should be alright like this. This is test enough. Oh man, we have so many so many stuff here to commit. Alright. Now, one thing that I need is have this friend here as an environment variable, I think. What we can do in terms of Node.js, I know exactly. We provide this RSS feed URL. So, and now we have to provide this from somewhere else, however. It might be undefined. Just the linter. Ignore the linter, please. All right. Don't ignore the linter. Do it like this. Okay, done. Now we need to go into our template, and inside of here there should be a way to provide something like environment variables. Just have it. I think inside of here, I don't know, environment. This is the best guess. I think this is probably an object. RSS feed URL with this value. And now I actually have to look. Template environment variables. Finding the readme. Params environment. Okay. So, and they use params additionally. Well, probably for visibility, I assume. And in this case, it is the RSS feed URL. And this exclamation mark ref, it takes it from the parameters and puts it inside of there. You can also reference just the hello world function. Do we do that anywhere here? Exclamation mark ref anywhere else? No. Okay, but that's an option. Description. Where to fetch the blog posts, the blogs, RSS feed URL. Default value, no default value, and string type. Okay, maybe we do have a default. This one. Sweet. Sweet. Anything else that we need here? Stack Overflow should be in dark mode. That is all, I think. So now our tests also need this, in fact. Let's I think because I'm running on because I'm running currently on Linux, and I assume that there are not many Windows devs who I'm working with, I can just do the following, I think, which is, where's my test file? Test. There we go. For all, for each maybe, process.env. Not time zone. RSS feed URL is equal to whoever Alexander Seidler is. Why GitHub Copilot? Why do you come up with that? Well, I think that should work. T npm run test. That seemed to have worked. Yeah. So we're mocking now the template, sorry, the environment variable using this one. And since it's not secret, we can both set it here and as well as just right in the template. I don't there's anything wrong with that. Alright, let's deploy it, I guess. Let's go ..sam build first. Sam deploy. And while this deploys, I'll be taking a short break. Enjoy the output. Oh, failed to create change that for the stack. Well, no, template format error. RSS street is not alphanumeric. If it's not alphanumeric, I think all we need to do is make this into a string. Sam build. I think we could have checked that with Sam validate, if I'm not mistaken. Is that the way Sam validate works? Oops. Verifies whether an Sam template file is valid. Yeah, sounds to be. Parameters RSS feed URL does not match any of the regexes. Numeric, essentially. How are we? AWS SAM use URL in environment variable. Oops. Environment variables. Does it make a difference if we do this? Then validate again. That works. Seriously? Seriously? Well, then let's just do it this way. Sam build, and then one more try. Sam deploy. Good, and I'll be right back. Hey, it's the Grumpy Game Dev. You're raiding an empty chair. Yeah, exactly. Good to see you. How are you doing? Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, Grumpy Game Dev. How do I write you? Is it all small letters? Yeah, that worked. Very good. Everybody check out the Grumpy Game Dev. Today we're working on German Jam. Wait. Yeah. Check them out for some game dev fun stuff. Particular, so if you're close to the C# direction, then that's one thing for you. If you just like roguelites and roguelike games, then the Grumpy Game Dev is also for you. I've seen you doing SQL as well. Not 100% sure for what exactly, but I've seen you doing some SQL, right? Yeah, how was your stream, by the way? Or did you hit and run? Because it's lunchtime, right? It's lunchtime. Welcome, Raiders. We are building an email newsletter here. Or better to say the backend for an email newsletter, so people can subscribe. We are setting up all the subscribe routes and saving stuff to databases. People can unsubscribe. Well, not that we want to, not that we want them to unsubscribe, but they can. And so all of this is for a blog. Whenever there is a new blog post, we want to, well, send an email that says basically, hey, there's a new blog post. We want to, for example, add the thumbnail inside of the email and say, well, click on this link to read the blog post now to increase engagement. Ooh, engagement. Engagement is a nice word. It just sounds so fancy. And we're doing this completely on AWS and completely serverless, in fact. Currently, so we already have the subscribe route and the unsubscribe routes in its basic forms done. And that we did pretty much using the AWS CLI. So AWS, if you don't know, maybe coming from game dev, not so familiar with that. It's essentially infrastructure as a service provider. So you can just tell AWS, which is part of Amazon, give me a database, and then they say, oh, here's your database, here's the URL, here are the configurations, do stuff with it. Or here's my code, AWS, please deploy it. Please give me also an endpoint, like a route HTTP, some URL / subscribe and post request, and webams. There you have it. So that's what we're building. Currently we're in the part, let me go to the diagram maybe. Yeah, currently we're in the part where we check, should we actually send a newsletter? And then next step would be to actually send a new newsletter. How we do this is we ping on a schedule, we ping the RSS feed, which is a very, very common format in terms of like newsletter and or news and blogs. Oftentimes, if you just go to a blog like dev.to, and you go not only to dev.to, but instead you go to /RSS, you often find that they have this kind of format exposed, where they then include information like, well, hey, there has been a new blog called a new article named Stripe Payment Gateway. The creator's Charisma Eloy. When was it published? Here's a link to it. And here's a short or very long description to it. and in what kind of categories is it. So we use this, we get this information, we sort it essentially or we turn it into JSON because we're using JavaScript and TypeScript, and it's just easier to work with JavaScript objects in JavaScript. We sort it by pub date, and in fact, in terms of dev to RSS, it is already sorted by pub date, but we want to be sure that it actually is, and it is a very, very quick operation, so that shouldn't hurt too much in terms of costs. So we sort it by pub date, newest first, and then we pick the newest one, check is it within the last 24 hours, because in our case the blog will only be published once every 24 hours probably. Oh, this one is. Well, in that case, send a new newsletter email to all the people. Well, that's the stuff that we have written, and I just deployed it, and we can now hit the URL, which triggers it. It does not. Oh, it does respond. It does respond, and we see has new blog article, returns true, and here's the new blog article, exactly the one that we've seen in the RSS feed just now, which means also our environment variables are working. Very good. We use AWS SAM to deploy all of this. SAM, which is the serverless application model, just a simplified way of working with AWS, and in particular infrastructure as code style. We write this kind of template here, and we say here's our Lambda function that, or our function that we want to deploy. It is of this type. It is indeed a function. Here's our code, and please call this function when you start. Here's our environment variables, and some more information. Here is how we call it. We want an API in front of it, which has the path get/hello. And this is for TypeScript because we have to build all of it, because we're using TypeScript and not JavaScript. And AWS can only talk Node JavaScript. It cannot talk TypeScript at this point. We first have to compile it, and then we push everything up. Essentially, all that we need to run now is SAM build, one command, SAM build. Once we've done that, we can just call SAM deploy, and the magic just happens, and all of a sudden we have a new version of our application running in the cloud. Very, very comfortable. All right. Can you follow? I hope that's not too hard. Oh, that was halfway clear. What am I doing? Oh, okay. Here, there I want to go. So we now have to call this instead on the schedule, and then we have to also add step functions around it. Probably. So now here's the thing. We can just deploy the Lambda function with the help of SAM, or we deploy everything with the help of SAM. Last time we deployed everything using the AWS CLI, which is a kind of a level lower than this one. So we have all the commands. If we want to deploy everything with the help of SAM, we would need to relearn a bit. The good thing is, it's a kind of easier way to describe everything. I think. So in that case, we would probably do something like here. Not you. We probably have something like schedule. There it is. Schedule. So I'm now changing the API, or we could also create another one. hello world schedule. We use schedule to do this. Where did it go? There it is. Schedule, I guess. Yeah, that worked. In here we need a schedule as a property. And this is, I think we can provide a cron job. Yeah, we can provide a cron. Cron. Can we see an example? Example. Something like this. So now cron job is a way to schedule stuff. It is kind of built into the Linux system. It is, however, very, very hard to read what this is supposed to mean. And for that, you have something like cron guru or human cron and whatnot. Oops, that's not what I wanted. And this, if you paste it here, it turns it into something that you can read. For example, this is at 12 o'clock. We probably want at 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock. Is that every day? Yeah. So our next execution would be at 2022-09-20, which is tomorrow, at 5 o'clock in the morning. This might be, I'm not sure whether it's actually in UTC or in what time zone this actually is. I don't know. But it should be fine. Let's just take 4 here. This apparently is every day at 12 p.m. UTC. Okay. Let's take that one and we just say 4 right there. What else do we need? We need a name. The name is, well, we probably don't want hello world in this case. We have to rename a lot now. Well, let's call this one hello world schedule. Description, which is a human readable version of all of this. In this case, it's like every day or invoke every day at 4 a.m. UTC. And enabled should be true. It is enabled by default, I think. Oh, do we need to provide true with capital T? I think it doesn't matter. Yeah, I think it doesn't matter. Because this one uses true with regular T. Right. That should give us a schedule. Maybe we can just call it at, this is our minute, what was this? So minute, hour, day, month, and which day of the week. So let's say we want to run this at 45. And then we say Sam, first validate, just to have quick feedback. It seems to be valid, very good. It says it is valid. Right there. Then we call Sam build once more. And I think, I'm not sure whether, no, I don't think we need to validate after this. And now we call Sam deploy. And it's now additionally should deploy our scheduler. So let's wait for this just a minute. Pour in some new tea. It is creating, apparently, it is adding a permission to, so that the scheduler actually can invoke our Lambda function. And it's adding this events rule, which is, I think it's event bridge, what this is referring to. And this one is then calling our function on a scheduler. And we can see all of that, I think. If we go to event bridge, there it is. Evento bridge. As soon as this is actually created, we should be able to see some rules in here. There it is. Hello world schedule. I cannot scroll down, unfortunately. Well, that didn't work. Come on, make this smaller. There we go. So it's called Hello World Schedule. It is enabled. It is just a scheduled standard, apparently the type, and the description is invoke every day at 4 a.m. UTC. And if we go inside, we see that this is indeed, it has a target, our Lambda function, which is should send newsletter, hello world function, blah 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 blah. And the target is what is actually being invoked in Event Bridge. Very nice. So that should work. Did we say 45? Yes. It might have just run, or we might have been ever so slightly too late. if we are unlucky, we might have been ever so slightly too late. Let's check our functions here. There it is, our new function. Monitor. Logs. We called it at 10:34. We might have been just a few milliseconds too late. Damn it. That's unfortunate. Let's say 52 maybe, and deploy again. Oh, wait. First SAM build, and then SAM deploy. And 52 should be enough time for us, I think. Now that we don't actually have to change, don't have to actually create the resources, we just need to change their values ever so slightly. It should be faster. Do some stretching. Yeah, very good idea. So one thing that Clarkios is always doing is, so have your thumbs up, stretch your arms and pull them up, and now so push them slightly back so that your shoulder blades are actually being stretched in the front of your chest, and then move the thumbs down, and do it at the same time. And it should give you a nice stretch in the arms. And loosen it ever so slightly. And once more, thumbs up. And oh no, it was not a good video. Thumbs down. Moving them down, those thumbs. That helped. Thank you. Reddit. Is that like a reference to Reddit or Redis, the key value store, or Reddit, the, how do you call Reddit? Reddit is just Reddit, right? Like a forum platform? Forum, I guess, huh? So that has deployed. When did I confirm? I did confirm. Did I? When did I confirm this? Well, so we should be able to see in 2 minutes that this was actually run. In the meantime, we have like 3 minutes left. From ReadyB. I see. I see. Ah, so it's ReadyB. Ah, okay, it's lead speech. Sorry. It's always hard to guess when it's lead speech and when it is not lead speech. But I appreciate the lead speech. I'm always happy when I look at my clock and it's 1377. It's totally unfortunate that for American people it will be this time, right? Which is super boring. So I'm kind of happy being in the Europes and seeing, oh, it's 13:17, huh? 13:37. It's lead time. All right, 2 minutes left. Yeah, 24 hours. I mean, why would you want to have? Why would you want to have unnecessary duplication like this time twice, and then always have to ask, is it before 12? Is it before noon or afternoon? Is it morning or afternoon? It also is very, very hard to say, actually. I cannot remember. Is this midnight? Or is it noon? I just cannot remember. I had this issue like 20,000 times. But I simply cannot remember what 12 a.m. is. Is it noon or is it midnight? In any event. So 1 minute left for our... Oh, we can actually see the event bridge now being deployed for this Lambda function and being connected, being the trigger. We also see still this API gateway because I did not remove it, in fact. Monitoring. So this is monitoring for this function here. Be aware of that. Logs. So in 1 minute we should have an invocation. Dum, da, dum. Oh, this is Lambda console, just so you're aware of what's the actual context here. Lambda can be slightly slow from time. CloudWatch, which is a log service from AWS, can be slightly slow sometimes. So it might not show immediately, but you sometimes have to wait like a few minutes. In fact, 10:34 is not the time that we are currently at. Come on, you can do it. 10:34. Oh, I said 4 in the morning. Damn it. Damn it. Oh. Another try. So this will call now every hour at the 56th minute. Oh, sorry about that. Come on. Deploy. We might actually be able... Can we like trigger an event? You, my friend. At least not obviously. Event schedule. Can we edit, delete, Event bridge. Trigger event manually. Your CloudWatch alarm. No, that's not it. Was not it. Okay, apparently we cannot easily. We can put an event apparently. Scenario with the same dummy source to trigger the rule. Ah, no, we cannot. Huh, okay. Alright. Did you deploy? No, not yet. Come on. You have like 1 minute left. Come on. Do it. Only one minute left. Or 2 minutes. Rush, rush. Hush, little Sam. Sam is a nice name. I always have to think of somebody's Gamchi. This is how you write him in English. Gamji. Okay. Yeah. In German you write him like this. In fact. Sam Gardner. Come on, you can do it. Be quick. Hasten. Update in progress. It is 56. Okay, very good, very good. Whew. We're good, we're good. So at 10:56 UTC, we should see another invocation. Whew, just in time. Date. We don't see milliseconds. Date minus M. No. I don't know. Let's go to Lambda down here and check the monitoring. And this time we should actually see something. Let's close all of these dudes here. Close you, close you. SAM specification is I think what we need next. It is 56. Let me have it so quickly. Step functions with AWS SAM. Okay, that's what we need to look at next, I think. Last hour. We do not see an invocation just yet. Sorry. Right. Just learned that I have time today. Very nice. I need to get some food, however, at some point. Come on, you can do it. Invoke. There it is. Our invocation has actually worked. I'm not sure whether we actually see the output. I don't think we do. We just see that it actually finished. Yeah, yeah. We just see that it actually has finished. And nothing else. But that's good. We did have an invocation, so that worked. We, however, want to put everything inside of step functions, right? So that we can call, like, have a choice inside of there and then call sending the templated email, which we did not create yet, just yet. Okay. All right. So we have to somehow find a way to use this thingy here to deploy a step function instead of a regular function. Here's my guess. here's my guess. We call this one step function. Daily newsletter. Let's call it blog newsletter. My guess is we call something like this, or state machine here. What can we more info about function resource is here. Function API, HTTP API, application, simple table, layer version. Is that all? How do we use state machine? There it is. Hey, was a good guess. It was a very good guess. So our state machine needs a definition. Like so, right? Yeah. All right. So this might be slightly more complicated. The good thing is I don't know. Sam might actually automatically give us the policies and all of this fun stuff. So which one of these are required? Definition substitution we don't need. String to string wrap replaces the mappings for placeholder variables in the state machine definition. I don't need you. Property definition. The state machine definition is an object where the format of the object matches the format of the AWS SAM template file. For example, JSON or YAML. So to do this, to create the step function, I think we actually first do this using the workflow editor visually, and then we just copy paste it down inside into SAM. I think that's the simplest way to do it. So we are here in the workflow editor of step function. So what I did is I went to step functions. If that was a bit quick. Yes, leave. I went to step functions, went to state functions. It might actually open it right here. You can open here the sidebar on the left. State machines, and then I create a new one. Standard is what I want, and I want to create it visually. And then okay, and you are right here. Inside of here, we can kind of pull these different options that we have, which are kind of steps inside of a workflow, over to this editor, and then configure stuff like, for example, this is now invoke a Lambda function. Well, we call this has new blog article within last 24 hours. Let's call it hours. Invoke a Lambda function. Integration type, yeah, optimized if you want. We call... Which function do we need? We call this function here. This should send blah blah blah. The payload is... Use the state input as payload. I think that should work. We might need to change our Lambda function somewhat. It doesn't even have a payload, so we can say no payload. Because in our Lambda function, if you remember, excuse me, app.ts, we do not use this. So here's our function that gets called. You see that this is grayed out, this event. That means it's not actually used. And that means we can also just remove it, meaning we do not have any input, which means we can just say, well, there is no payload in here. Additional configuration, wait for callback. So let me move this right here. What is the next state? In this case, it will go to end. And we don't need a comment. Wait for callback. No, thank you. So next thing we can do is we not only have actions, we have also a search, and we have this tab for flows. We can add a choice right here. And inside of there, we can say has new blog post, blog article. Check. Well, so if it has a new blog article, route 1, do this, otherwise do that. How do we set up these values? Well, we can go here to the choice rules and we say, well, add a new condition, and we want to have a variable $dot $state input. So the previous function returns us some sort of value, and this is called the state output, and this state output gets passed as the input to the next state, to our choice. And we can thus use something like I don't know, buddy dot well, on the one hand we want status code to equal number constant 200, and we can add another one, $.state input .body. How did I call it? Has new blog article to equal Boolean constant, I think. True. If that is the case, then we want to call another lambda function. And this would be send emails. Newsletter emails. Yeah. And otherwise, there is nothing, so we can just finish and say, well, this is actually done, success. And that's pretty much, I think, all that we need. Now let's go to the definition right here. Or we go to next, maybe. When error is found in your workflow, do you want to stay on this page and fix these errors? Well, we do not have the second lambda function just yet. So for the time being, I will just put in a placeholder lambda invoke send newsletter emails. Next. And then we have generate code for I was thinking that we can export it as YAML, but we cannot, it seems. Okay. Well, then we have we just need to use this dude here. Pum pum pum. So how do we include our definition? Can we do something like what is this called? Newsletter dot step function sfn workflow dot, I think it's called state machine dot json. Save. We might actually want to create this once and then see whether it works. Right? Kind of giving us the kick of having done something. This is test newsletter, blog newsletter, I don't know. Execution role. The cool thing, if you're using the UI, it creates all the roads for you automatically. In particular, when you're only working with Lambda, if you're only working with DynamoDB, it can just create all of the fun stuff. We had to write some of this ourselves and attach then the corresponding permissions to the role. Since we're currently only having Lambda functions and step function internal states, like the choice, it can auto-generate the role. So that's very nice. Yeah, down here it says an execution role will be created with full permissions. And everything will be auto-generated. Here's the template. So we can use this actually. Oh, that's very nice. We can use this to also get the right stuff for our YAML later. If we need to create this automatically on our own, I don't know just yet. Cool. So that worked. The thing is, our function does not. It doesn't receive anything, right? So we can actually just run this. It does not receive anything. Do it. And now, so I started a new execution. It went in, and it's currently running this Lambda function. And it finished. The step output is now exactly our status code and the body. Very nice. Very nice, just as we expected. And now you, my friend, has cancelled. This dude was cancelled. But this one looks very, very nice, and it actually did the right thing. Currently, the Stripe payment gateway is still the newest article, it seems. So there were no new articles on DevTO. Publish now. People are getting bored. So this one was cancelled. Let's try to find out what actually happened here. So we have as a step input this one and that one. We don't have body as a. That's kind of annoying. But doesn't that mean? So since we're not, I think we can now change the output format. We can now change the output format into whatever we want, because we're not calling it via HTTP anymore. Meaning we can actually just throw out everything that we don't need. like so. We do have to change, however, the return value, and the return value will now just be has new blog article, a boolean, or, so I'm writing right here, or and additionally new blog article, which is optional, and it has what form? It is return type of to response item. Type of to response item. Done. So that's very useful, I think. So and otherwise we want error as new blog article false, and we want an error well, we still need to figure out this one, I think. Or something with an error property unknown. Oh, well, it needs to be a string. I think we can just say item here, right? Yeah, that works. Right. Throw out this one. We don't need you anymore. Good. So let's adjust our tests. So is it clear what I'm currently trying to do? The format was slightly was different from what I expected, because this block, this body property was instead not, it was not readable as a JSON. So this choice actually failed. I think we also can see that down here. Task succeeded, task exited, choice state entered. So it has all of these properties, truncated false, and then the execution failed because, well, the UI, dude. This UI. Maybe I copy this over, it's just easier. An error code while executing the state has new blog article question mark entered at the event ID 7 invalid path $.state_input.body.status code. It references an invalid value. Yeah, because body is a string. It doesn't have this property. That's why I'm currently changing the body, or actually the output of this previous of this one. I'm changing the output of this to just be essentially this JSON object here, which should work okay-ish. So I did that. Let's adjust the tests here. We don't need any of this. We don't need any of that. We don't need any of this. We have TypeScript support here, so we have result dot. Why are you not working? Result dot. let's do something like this. Error. String. No, that's not what I want to do. And I don't. It's not a good practice to change the production code, make the production code worse, just to have it easier in the tests. At least to a degree. I don't know. Let's just do as any. Not a good practice, but for the test it should be fine. And then we have result. Actually, if result.error I think we can just fail. Then we can throw new error, failing. Expected, no error. So the latter one you don't have to actually do. I know. If error in result like so. Else that should work now. Should it? Does it? TypeScript, please do me a favor and work. Okay, that works. And apparently TypeScript is as clever as actually knowing the fail property. Cool. Wasn't aware of that. Alright. For whatever reason, this one still errors. Well. New blog article to equal to have type. Is that a thing? Just expect type of instance of something like this. Okay, that works. Type of u to be object, not to be null. Oops. Right. So that should do it on the test side again. Do you still work? cd hello world test. Bum, 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 bum. No. Expect 200. Oh. To be true. My bad. Missed that part. All right, that seems to have worked. At least our tests say something worked. Good. Meaning we might be able to redeploy once more. This time we can actually say, well, do this at 4 every day. So, Sam validate ever so quickly. Be in the right directory. Sam validate. Sam build. It is valid. Sam build. and Sam deploy. And I will say yes, most likely. And then we need to, however, change our state machine ever so slightly. Yeah, thank you for telling me that this dude is new. In here, I can remove a couple of these. Edit the condition. I can actually get rid of that dude. Can just say simple. And we just say the state input has new blog article is equal to true. And that's it. And maybe, oops, and $.state input dot has new type of I think we can say, oh, does this not work? Well, let's see. I'm not sure whether we can actually say we can pass a JSON. Maybe we have to stringify it at second level. Yes, change it. Do we change the REST API? What did I change in the REST API? Maybe I shouldn't have said yes before this is actually done. Whatever. Actually get rid of all of this. And while this is running, it's always a good time while this is running. I will get some new tea in the meantime. Be right back. Are we good? We're good, I think. I hope. Let's not change this in the meantime. I think we're good. Very nice. So one thing to be aware of, when we remove this, it will actually, let's do this ever so quickly, Sam build. Contrary to what happens in AWS oftentimes, this is actually going to remove everything when we tell it to Sam deploy, sorry. So if we just remove it from the template, it will also be removed from AWS, which is a very, very, very large benefit compared to what AWS is doing normally. Serverless REST API. You do not exist anymore. Bye bye. Sam build first. I'm not sure. Maybe they do a build before actually deploying. I don't know. Deploy. Sam, gardener friend, do it. And now it should say this will be deleted. This will be deleted. This will be deleted. While the lambda function will stay intact, which is very, very good. There we go. Delete, 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 delete. Couple of these. Yeah, and indeed we want to do this right now. Some peace. We don't need it anymore. Everything will be internal inside of AWS. So, hey V3 Vio, did you rename? Ah, for your stream. Very nice. Yeah, it was PL, right? Good to see you. Did you rename for your stream? Or just because it's a more expressive name in what kind of with what kind of stuff you're working? Good to see you. How are you doing? How have you been recently? Hope life is treating you well. We're currently using AWS SAM to work on our email newsletter. Right, that seems to have worked. What were we actually working on? Ah, right. We did build this what do I want to say? This state machine. Now I wanted to invoke it once more with the changed output from this lambda function. Automator has already expired. I see. Mechatronics. Mechatronics is a cool word. It seems that we have now a complete JSON inside of here, which is very good. It also is very, very readable in particular. You probably want to be careful when you put in like private data inside of here. But as we are talking here about an RSS feed, everything is good. Just perfectly fine. And now you, my friend, should have worked. Why have you been cancelled again? Execution failed. Error code while executing the state. Invalid path. $.state_input.has new block article. Condition path reference. This is an invalid value. As new block article. As new block article. Yeah, those seem to be the same. Is it just input and not how did we do it the other day? Let's look at this dude, because we have an if here as well. Oh, it's just $. There's no input. Why did they why did they make it look like there's something that we have to call like state input in between? Let's change the workflow once more. Go to the rule, edit the rule. There is no state input. We just call $.has new block article. Should be true. And then we save. Then we apply. Then we save again. Then I'll need to take a quick look at this. If newest article and. This might actually be empty. The array might actually be empty, and then this becomes undefined. We need to handle that. There are no. This basically means there are no articles. We could also say something like items dot length is equal to 0. Is unequal to 0. That's its equivalent essentially in this case. Newest article. So there's one more change to do. Alright, did it deploy? Yeah, it did deploy. Let's start a new execution. Start an execution. It does not matter what the input is. And now just should do something. Yay! This time it worked. We check whether there is a new article, and we write the article as well as has new block article into the output. This choice then checks this choice part. Can I click on it? Yeah. Gets this as input, the output from the previous one. Checks whether this property has new block article is true, and if so, it would now send the newsletter emails to all our subscribers. So very nice, that worked. Otherwise, this is like the default, nothing to do. We can also, I think, rename the success state into nothing to do. No new article, no up. Do nothing. No op is like a tech term, and I want this to be as readable as possible for non-tech people. So this looks very, very nice. Everybody can read this, I think, pretty much. As long as you can follow arrows, that should be easy. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. All right, very good. So now we have to figure out how we can deploy this using ever so quickly. Let me just do another build here and then also deploy so that we have the new changes on our Lambda function also deployed. Deploy. Can I say minus yes? Deploy minus y. No such option. Profile region capabilities, signing part files. Use JSON, role ARN, force upload. And failure, disable rollback. I just want to pass through. Not an option. Okay. I guess we do it on the old way. Should be easy enough, I guess. So now we have to somehow find out how to write the step function with the help of AWS SAN. For that, I guess we go right here. And then we go right there. And they have pretty much the same setup in the tutorial. They have a schedule, they call this stock trading state machine, and then inside of there they call multiple Lambda functions, and at the very end a DynamoDB. Very good. That's exactly what we need, right? Okay. Since they don't write the code out, unfortunately, they have to go to, I don't know, make the temp cd into temp, and then we call sam init once more. We want a quick start template. Was it? So sam init AWS quick start templates. We want to go to multi-step workflow 2. We take node 16. Based on your selections, the only package available type, the package type available is zip. Yeah, that's fine. Do you want to enable ray tracing? X-ray tracing? I don't care. SAM app is perfectly fine name. And then it's cloning, and I'll be right back with some tea. Tea! Like we are with our newsletter service. Built with AWS step functions, AWS SAM, AWS Lambda, AWS Event Bridge, AWS Amazon SES. I don't know. Is there any question to you guys, to you friends? Is there any system to when Amazon calls something AWS something service versus Amazon something service? So it's, I think it's, for example, it is Amazon SageMaker and not AWS SageMaker. Why? Is there any kind of I don't know, regularity behind that? If you know, please let me know if you're aware of that. And if you're not, if you have a best guess, please feel free to say those as well. So multi-step workflow, that looks goodish. Very nice. Very nice. Now I think what we need to do is look into the template and then be happy. So we should have temp inside of here. We have our state function, which has the stock trader ASL here. Oh, they call it ASL. Okay, very good. No. Mock config file. Oh, you can actually test this? I never knew. Mock config file. State machines, test cases. Oh, very nice, very nice, very nice. Make. Wow. Well, it does work. It's probably better than having every single command separately. What we want is to look at this state machine. There we go. Separating state machine. It is of type machine URL, and then it references the JSON. Very good. Definition substitutions. Okay. It receives the ARNs, the resource identifiers, from the individual functions using getAttribute, and then inside of here, my guess is, oh, look at that. We're actually able to kind of have like templating stuff inside of here using this definition substitutions. Very cool, very cool. And then hourly trading schedule, type schedule, this is pretty much what we have already. Very nice. It also defines a policy so that we can invoke all of these from our step function. I think we can do this. I'm pretty convinced that we can do this. Let's get to it. So let me close you and close you, and maybe also close you and close you and close you. So inside of our resources here, we probably want to move our step function. And I say step function, but I should call it state machine. In fact, up here. Next, we rename this dude into ASN. Maybe we pretty much do the same setup. I think that sounds like a good idea, doesn't it? So it's going to be state machines, and inside of there we put our, actually no, that's stupid. We only have one single state machine, so there's no point in doing that. We call it ASL, sorry. Amazon State Language ASL. So that works. Location, or the URI. Did I close the... Where's my YAML? Oh jeez. YAML, where did you go? Please don't leave me alone. Template, there we go. And maybe I pin both of these. So if you don't know, if you're using VS Code, there is the option to actually pin stuff to the bar, to the editor bar. I don't know, how do you call this? To the tab bar maybe? Just like you would be able to do in Chrome and stuff. So definitions URI. Apparently we don't need a definition. Instead we just write something like this. And in our case it's newsletter.asl.json. Events. We do have an event, and this event is this friend here. In this case it is daily or blog newsletter schedule. We call it blog newsletter schedule. Or we just don't give it a name. I don't know. Works for me. Let's give it a name. We then have the login configuration. I don't think we need those. We need a name. Blog news. Well, how did I call the other ones? I should stay consistent with those. State machine. Newsletter. 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 Subscribe. Newsletter. Newsletter. Just newsletter. Send daily. Maybe. Then permissions boundary we don't need. We don't need any tags. We don't need any racing for now. We already have the type. Now we attach policies like so. By providing a JSON list. So, yeah. We don't need a role apparently. It also automatically creates the role. Seems very nice. And now we do have to provide these kind of definition substitution. There we go. Definition substitution. And we call this, well, first of all, we have to rename our function, huh? Recreate this dude. And we call you check up has new blog article function. I would like to rename all of these. This is now has new blog article. Has new blog article backslash. Everything else can stay the same. Then we throw away this dude. We can change these friends here. As new blog article function and IAM role. There we go. We do need to rename that guy. Now our state machine should have the right permissions to call this function automatically attached to it. And it creates the corresponding role automatically. So, for those who are not that familiar with AWS, with authentication, authorization inside of AWS, there's a service called IAM, and it's the most fundamental thing that you probably will meet again and again and again and again and again and again and again. So get comfortable. Inside of here, we have policies and we have roles. Roles is the stuff that actually gets attached to your, for example, to your Lambda function, and this is the permissions that this Lambda function, for example, or in our case, the state machine has to work with other AWS resources. For example, So the state machine just at the beginning, whenever it gets executed, it automatically gets this role. Like it's called role because it's like a job role essentially. People can assume it. In our case, it will be just used by one person, which is the state machine, and nobody else. But theoretically, you could kind of share it. But when we do this, the state machine will get a role, and attached to this role are in fact policies, which is kind of a collection of permissions. Permissions being, you can invoke this Lambda function, you can invoke that Lambda function, you can put some item inside of DynamoDB. You can call this API and whatnot. So roles have policies which consist of individual permissions. Individual permissions, and those are the ones that actually grant you access to anything. The stuff that you actually provide. By default, you have pretty much no rights whatsoever. Oh, sorry, permissions whatsoever. Rights is another term that you sometimes hear. It depends on the framework that you're working with when it comes to identity and access management. What kind of terms are being used? AWS uses policies and permissions terms. All right, so that should kind of do it. We now have to change our newsletter ASL ever so slightly to get the function name as a parameter here, if I'm not mistaken. So let's check how we do that. We can say resource this task. Function name. Guess we do it like this. Huh? But why is it called stock checker? Because I'm in the wrong template. Huh? Wait, what? Because I didn't change it yet. That's why. So we need you, and we call you as new block article function ARN, not P. Close, but it does make a difference. Alright, like so. And that's it for now, I think. Cool. Hope that works. So now we can call SAM validate first of all. Template not found. Because we are in the wrong directory. SAM validate. Why are all of these things here open? How many are there? Oh, Jesus Christ. Why are there so many things open? Okay. Close all editors. What happened? Okay. All right. Policy at index 0 and the policies property is not valid. So this dude here apparently does not work. Do they do something differently? They have a serverless function. They define where the code is. They define the runtime. That's pretty much it. It's pretty much the same that we do. Then why does it work for them? We probably also want the machine ARN and the machine role. Let's add those. And these are actually called and role. Role for blog newsletter state machine. Blog newsletter state machine, like so. Implicit IAM role for our has new blog article function and has new blog article function itself. So now documentation is also fine. Next. What is actually going wrong? The policy is not right. Why not? Inside of properties, we have policies. Policies. Why? Blog newsletter. So where's the... That's one of the hard parts I find. Finding out where in this freaking configuration you have the typo or the mini one line change is necessary, or like the one character change is necessary to make it actually work. There's new blog article function ARN. That seems to be alrightish. This is a AWS function that also seems to be alrightish. Transforms seem to be valid as well. Those are identical. Yep. Globals function timeout 3. We don't. Well, probably not bad to have those. This is like the how long can the function run? Now I finally understand that. How long can the lambda functions run until they time out? Board with an error. So where's the error? Provided at was invalid resource exception. Policies is not valid. Blog newsletter policy at index 0 and the policies property is not valid. Why? This is not a ref. Get attribute ref reference. It seems to be alrightish. Policies. One space. Here we go. Yeah. There's a see what I was talking about? Finding the super mini, like in this case it was an indent. 2 spaces that I was missing. So because YAML is like is very much oriented on Python, and that's why it's using indentation, which is very easy to read, but very hard to debug. And where you have the wrong indentation. In YAML all the more than in Python, I must say. And it was right there. These 2 spaces were missing, I think. Loading policies, that looks good. Valid. Green, green, green. I like the screen color. Alright. Let's deploy it. I did not... The test one was named differently, right? Did I name it differently? Yeah, I called it test blog newsletter. Very good. So, Sam build, first of all. Sam deploy. And everything will be redeployed because we threw out everything, for better or worse. So that's fun. It may take a moment, but then it should just work, maybe? We can make changes to it fairly simply. I hope. So let's take another stretch here. Get comfortable. Well, this is loading. It can also be on fire. I want fire. Getting hot in here. It's getting hot in here. Burn. The animation is broken, by the way, because I'm using the newest phaser version, which is, I don't know, it has changed somehow. Either it fixed the bug and my and I was relying on the bug, or the particle API has changed somewhat, or it had a bug inside, so that it does not. I think that the timeouts are, the emitters have changed somehow for the particles, the particle emitters. But yeah, that's why it's doing this weird thingy. Weirdly enough, my snow still works for the stars. Christmas, everybody. Actually, we need one for like leaves, right? Because it's autumn now, at least here in the northern hemisphere. We need something for Japanese. Call it Koya. Yeah, exclamation mark rain is not an option. Rain would also be nice. Fire and snow. Dota 2 attitude. Sorry, I read that wrong. It's a Dota 2 attitude, right? What is the Dota 2 attitude? I know LoL can be very, very flamey. You can, I think there's drop. There are a couple more. Let's see here. It's so toxic, it's insane. Oh, okay. Great. Oh no, something is red. It failed. Validation error detected. Oh man. Oh, is the name too long? Seriously? Is this name here too long? How many characters is 49? That's good. 49 is alright. No, this one is... Oh man. This is ridiculous. Look at it. Block newsletter state machine. Block newsletter schedule step functions target. Yeah. So now it's pulling, it's kind of reverting all the changes. So we have to wait for a minute until we can actually push the new one. We can see everything live if we go to CFN code formation. Inside of here. Oh, it's completed. Okay, at least. Should send newsletter. Update rollback complete cleanup in progress. Oh, it's in progress. Sorry, it is in progress. Great. So now we see how it's actually reverting everything, I think. Delete in progress. In progress. It does boil you quickly though. Yeah. It's unfortunate that most of these online gaming communities are super toxic today. I remember I was playing Atlantica Online for a very, very long time. Back when I was in school. The first years of... there it is. Atlantica Online, which is, I think, from Korean makers. Well, was because they snowball so much. Oh, I see. Yeah, in particular, there is like this 1 or 5 versus 5 mentality, right? All the more it becomes very, very intense, let's say. I was playing this one, and yeah, depending on the people you've met, it's like an MMO. RPG, like it was very, very similar to Final Fantasy 11, I think. And the PvP was sometimes it got toxic as well. Wait, that check-in failed. Oh great, now the rollback failed or what? Sweet. No, rollback is complete. Very good. Rollback is complete. Very, very nice. So we should have our previous version, which is one of the cool things about using infrastructure as code, in particular CloudFormation here for AWS, because it handles rollbacks for you, compared to when we do everything with the CLI. There's no way to delete everything at once. We basically have to revert one thing at a time. We do it with the AWS CLI and deploy one thing at a time. Like if we, like this make file here, for example, create a step function with the AWS step function CLI, then start execution and whatnot. Well, start execution is not relevant, but this one, and then there's a lambda, create lambda function and whatnot. If we do it like that, we also have to clean up manually every single one. Using CloudFormation and infrastructure as code is the pattern behind there. It basically handles it for you, rolling back stuff that if something did not work, you do have an outage still, but at least the outage can be automatically fixed. Hopefully nothing broke in the meantime. Like a cache might have actually be completely shut down, and then when you get the new cache, like in memory Redis, it will be a completely different instance possibly, which means everything will be lost inside of that cache and you have to cache again. But I mean, for example, cache should be defined as being kind of ephemeral anyway. Shouldn't save anything that's very, very important inside of a in-memory database anyway. So yeah, that's that. Sometimes you're against poorly behaved. Yeah, okay. Okay. Sometimes you have a fight against like rage kiddos. Yeah. Sometimes you have that. And then they rage quit. I mean, that's the better way of getting rid of them, right? When they just rage quit. That's at least better than having the flaming, I think. It's still like bothersome and annoying, but yeah. So what was the error? I think the error was validation error detected, value block newsletter state machine, block newsletter schedule step functions target must have less than 64 characters. So what I did is I removed this custom name, which is I think why we got this duplicate block newsletter up here. Now we will just have this part, and I hope that's less than 64 characters. If not, I don't know actually what we need, what we can do about it. Is this 64? It's 55 characters. 54. We're good. Does it start at 0? It started at 1, so it's 53 characters, right? If I can count correctly. Sam build once more. I need to save. Sam build once more. And then we have to do everything again. Because fun. Let's just validate. Can we actually local invoke this and then see that it works? Something has happened. It invoked apparently the lambda function. Well, it's okay, I guess. Deploy. Under the sea. I don't know why I have this song all of a sudden. The Disney's Under the Sea. Do it! Do it! Oh, my bad. Do it! This may take a while. Once more. What can we do in the meantime? I don't know. We can delete our step function, but do we want to? I don't think we want to delete it just yet. Anything else that we can do? I don't think we can. Create a step function, we did that. Oh, I probably want to save most of these links, in fact, for later. We don't need you anymore. We do need you. So somewhere I have like a readme something. So I want to turn this into a blog article again. So that's going to be fun. References. Let's just go down here and say references. Francis. This one. And no need to do that one. Although, well, it doesn't hurt to at least have the reference, right? Why use step functions? Create a step function. State machine model. Go. Talking about Dota brings up memories. Oh. I fear bad things. Dota 2. Let's play. Playtime 1,733 hours. Hours to days? Jesus Christ. Months? It's 2 months straight. Like, without eating, without drinking, without sleeping. Just playing Dota. 2.5 months straight. Sweet. Yeah, okay. So it does count the minutes. So I see. Rabbit, you, Redibi, sorry. You also played Dota. I did play LOL. Sorry. I did play LOL for some time because I had a group who started playing LOL. But together with them, I basically also stopped playing as soon as they stopped playing, because playing LOL with people you don't know, I don't know. Either you gotta be really, really good and you need to play on the noob levels, or you gotta be really, really, really good so you don't get all the flame. But probably you even get the flame if you're on low level. Know whether we need that one. Let's save it for later reference. This is the dev TORSS, which is also useful. Save it. Thank you. Are we? No! Wait, what? Why does it... Wait, what? When did I... A. First. When did I say deploy it? I can't remember. And B. It didn't change the target whatsoever. This is the old one. It's identical. So Ooh, that's a bummer. Let's call this SFN. I don't want to use SM. for obvious reasons. SFN. And then we don't call it blog newsletter, we just call it newsletter instead. Oh boy. Oh, newsletter. SFN role. That's so annoying. That nothing is working because our function names are too long. And man, it's kind of annoying. So this should be alrightish now. Let's call the functions instead. I think we can take that one. Hopefully this works now. We can just call it schedule, right? Because it was also prefixed with this blog newsletter state function, blog newsletter schedule, blah 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 blah. So we can just call it schedule and then we're good. This time. Sam, validate first. Did I change this name? I didn't, right? Because then we have to change the ASL, but I don't think I did. Yeah, the workflow does not need to change in this case. So it's green. Sam build first. Do we actually validate against the newest one? ASTF. Hi. Let's check that for a minute. Okay, yeah. So it does validate actually against the unbuilt template YAML. Very good. Sam, and not because it does provide you, if you look here, we go outside of the function. We see here .aws sam. Inside of there we have the build, which has pretty much the CloudFormation template inside of here at some point, I think, somewhere, or maybe it doesn't. Or maybe it doesn't, I don't know. AWS template format. Is this? No, that's not CloudFormation. Well, so I was worried whether it's validating against this build stuff or whether it's validating against the thing that we're actually writing. So let's deploy again, and this time I will write, or will say yes. We still have to wait, do we? Come on, I'm getting hungry here. CloudFormation, our infrastructure as service tool. Yeah. By the way, so RedDB, going into AWS, knowing what service does what is already so much worth so much. Seriously, just getting the names down, and knowing, oh, somebody's talking about state machines. Okay, then they're probably talking about step functions, and step function is an orchestration service. Oh, they're talking about Lambda, so they're talking about deployed functions, serverless functions, cloud functions, whichever name you use. They're talking about CloudFormation. Okay, that's the infrastructure as service provider. Knowing just the names and the very, very basic definition of what the service does is worth a ton, seriously, in terms of being able to communicate with other people. If you just want to get started, by the way, I can very much, can I show this on my screen? Say that this course helped me very much. The AWS Cloud Practitioner Essentials, which is basically the basics for AWS terminology. What kind of services are out there? How does the pricing model work? How does IAM work? Identity and access management. How do policies work? How does networking work? All on a fairly businessy level, but seriously, it's worth the time. It is definitely worth the time. I need to let me quickly go to Stream Elements and add a new blog, new chatbot command for this article. Or not article, but course, and it is officially by the people. For example, Blaine's 100 is one of the main people behind the AWS training. So this is an actual official course. It's also kind of funny. So they make it. They try to make it interesting, although sometimes it's a bit cringy. I gotta admit. Sometimes it's a bit cringy. AWS course, I don't know. Like so. Advanced options, Coursera, AWS. Oh. Others with an exclamation mark, yeah, right? Coursera, AWS. Avoid command. Did it work? Exclamation mark AWS. Yeah, there we go. Very good. I also need a link actually to the free tier, thinking about it. So this one helped me a lot. On the syllabus, you learn what is cloud computing. You learn, well, the basics of the infrastructure and how networking works. You learn a bit about storage and databases, what kind of services are out there. You learn a bit about security and monitoring and analytics, pricing, how do those work. Yeah, so this is a lot of these courses are actually for, like, they still try to convince people that cloud is the future. So and a lot of people still work on premise, right? So this course is also kind of them selling, well, the cloud is the future indeed, and here's how you actually migrate from your on-premise solutions to the cloud, and how we help you, like, with this cloud adoption framework, CAF, and whatnot. Yeah, other than that, do a lot of tests if you're going to do the like the certificates. Do a lot of mock tests. There are books out there which you can get for a cheaper price. AWS Cloud Practitioner exam questions. Like, there are books that help you, which are just collections of a lot of these questions, or questions in a similar way. So the study guide, I forgot which one I used. All right, it worked. Successful. Very good. So inside of here, we should see our resources. I'm now in the cloud stack for CloudFormation stack. Stack is just the basic thing that you deploy into the cloud that is done in one go. We have now the has new blog article function. We have a role, we have a newsletter, SFN, whatnot. We see a bit of it also here. Very nice, very nice, very nice. We should see the newsletters SFN, meaning step function, the schedule and the schedule role, and somewhere there it is, the step function itself, and we can go directly to the step function from there. And in fact, we probably, so we see that everything looks alright-ish. Very good. And we can just, I mean, nobody stops us from just executing it right now. So this calls the function. It should turn green in just a minute. Green. Why were you cancelled, dude? Or did we not? Do we have an outdated version of our state machine? We do. Look at that. We have an outdated version. So let's go back in here. Now things should get much easier from now on. Here's our choice. In this case, I can just add it right here. I could also just do it inside of here and then export it back in. And remember to change the substitution, because the substitution has been changed here. Yeah, it just references the value directly instead. But I can read this, fair enough. And I know that we need to do or maybe I cannot. Maybe I cannot read this good enough. But I can go here, look inside of the choices here, and I can just take as new blog article, take all of that, put you right there. And I think that should do it. Save. And now we can build once more. Still don't know whether I actually need to build, to be honest. Then we can SAM deploy. So it should show that we have changes in our step function and nothing else changed. And I call it step function, but I should say state machine. There it is. Modify the newsletter state function. Do it. Do it. It should be fairly quick this time because it's just a modification. No. What did I make more? What did I do wrong? Okay, let's take this one. Apparently I made a mistake. Surprise, surprise. Doing something manually. Always very, very easy to make a mistake. So let's just do that, and that should do it. Y build. SAM build. SAM deploy. Waiting for change set. Did it already finish the reroll? It completed, yeah. Very good. Oh, this one updates automatically. Very nice. Some services inside of AWS do not automatically update and refresh. Sometimes they don't even have a refresh button. And then you have to refresh the complete page, which is very, very slow. Open issues 1. That's probably not good. Apparently Route 53 currently has an issue. If you are hosted on Route 53, which is the domain DNS service and domain registration and whatnot, service, then maybe you want to give that a look, or just sit it out. So that has worked, and now we can go, well, we should see it being completed now. We can go back to our state machines, newsletter daily, start a new execution, do it. Waiting 2 seconds or something for this to actually finish. Now, yay! It worked! Sweet! And all of that from completely managed via code, which is very, very nice. Sweet. Very good. Let me remove this temp. Give you a high five. Tea for everyone. Yeah, tea. Let there be tea. And there was tea. And with that, I think you get a standing desk. Woo! Sweet. Yeah, I think someday I will get a standing desk too. Cool. One where you have to do it manually, or one where you can just push a button and then it... Hey, very nice. Thank you for the tea, Relivi. Pushing a button. Yeah, sitting for 8 hours is rough. Sitting for 8 hours is very, very rough. That's why I like working from home, because I can just take like 5 minutes break, do some yoga. I have a yoga mat right there behind me. Maybe lie down on the sofa, which you can see there, and then work like this and whatnot. Taking proper breaks is very important. Even with break, it's rough. Oh yeah, 8 hours 8 hours straight in particular is rough. But nevertheless, even if you work like 4 hours a day, a standing desk is definitely worth something, I think. It's much easier much easier to actually keep proper posture. And I often just try to sit on the on the rim of my chair, so that I can have a fairly straight back, and not like this kind of position where we're sitting like this. Instead, sitting ever so slightly more straight helps a lot. Maybe when I'm back from Japan, I will get one. I don't know yet. We will see. Particularly the other, I have 2 desks, or we have 2 desks. And the other one, you can't even stretch your legs because they have like a platform in between, which is very, very annoying. So you always have to have your legs in this fetal position almost. Very nice. So that's very healthy. Good job, Doda. Does your company pay for it? Because they can be surprisingly expensive, right? I mean, there are these kind of boxes, temporary standing desk. I don't know how you call these. Basically, you can just try it with a box, but there's also something on IKEA where they try to basically simulate this, which makes it slightly nicer. I think. Is it this one? No. One of these, I don't know. That I've worked with. Is it maybe that one? I don't know. I don't remember. Yeah, they can be very, very, very pricey. Standing desk, because they know tech companies have the money. Engineers have the money. So, well, they can kind of inflate the prices, even though it's just a desk after all, right? Well, although the ones that you can actually push a button and then it increases. So that is definitely some service. Yeah, here this kind of Do they have a? I don't know. These are like, yeah, look at it. 1,500 euros in this case, which is pretty much the same as dollars if you're in the US, or you want to have something comparable. It's your money in this case. If you're a freelancer, you might be able to, or if you have a company yourself, you might be able to like reduce it from your taxes. Then it's only half the price. The clerk was all like, we don't sell many of these. Most don't want to spend the money. Looks at me. Oftentimes, in particular, developers don't look like people who have money, right? Oftentimes they just, yeah, in particular in home office, they just sit there with their jogging trousers. And really, the other day I saw a meme designer with a database engineer, and there was this super like business dude who had like his hair waxed to the back, who was a designer, and then the database engineer just being totally in like white shirt, maybe some ketchup on here, and his hands being like, I don't care. You work for a multinational, was freelance before. Okay, yeah. Why do they not pay for that? They should care. Maybe you can ask them once more, and they pay for it, or they give you a bonus to pay for it. Then again, it's also worth just having it, right? Can't find the meme, unfortunately. Yeah. Anyway, this worked. Woo! Very nice. I think it's time for me. For now, I think I will stream later again to actually do the sending of emails. But this works. I'm very, very happy. Let's stage. We're good. Let's stage all of this. We're done. We have, what did we do? So we now have a schedule, a cron job essentially, built or managed by AWS Event Bridge, which invokes our AWS step functions, or the state machine. Man, I need to really practice some public speaking recently. It's not good recently. Inside of the workflow, we have a Lambda function which gets the RSS feed from the blog article from the blog that we are looking at. It passes the RSS feed into JSON. It then takes the newest entry, or it sorts the entries, the blog entries by date. It takes the newest one, checks, is it less than, or is it younger than 24 hours? If so, then send the newsletter out for this item, and it also passes the item data, which is very, very useful in the long run. So you can see here the input into our function is actually the new blog post, which we can then just interact with and put the title, for example, inside of the email subject and the email itself. And we can put I don't think this blog, we can put the link inside of there. Other blogs might actually, and do actually, also give you the thumbnail inside of this information, so we can just put in the email, the thumbnail inside of the email, which is very, very useful. We might want to you want to own the desk. I see. That makes sense. So you don't have to give it back at the end. We might need to do some processing in between, so that the image become smaller, but I will see how that will work. Oh, what did I do? I think I just went back. Sorry. So that might be another step that we need to do. But all of this is the information that we actually can use and will use, or part of it we will use to actually send the email when I'm back after lunch, I think. Probably like 3 hours, maybe. Yeah, about 18 o'clock I will probably continue streaming today. So, thank you so much for joining. If you've liked what you've seen, feel free to it's on Twitch, it's called Following, right? The one without the money. Yeah, I'm Mirko, this is TypeScript Tea Time. We do AWS stuff, we do TypeScript stuff, we do everything inside of the JavaScript ecosystem. We also check other fun stuff, like we did streams on like Terraform, we did streams on, I don't know, a lot of things. And we will continue to do so. Thank you so much for joining. Let's try to find somebody to raid. Maybe Pilkey is online. Very good. Pilkey is doing Mac development, and he has very, very cool stream overlays. You can throw bugs at him. I think when we join, we will actually be able to play a game with him or something. I don't remember 100%. So let me find. Let me find. Copy this name. /raid. Oh. All right. Thank you so much. See you again next time in the TypeScript Tea Time. Like 18 o'clock, we will continue today. Currently in like 3 hours and 15 minutes. Bye bye, everybody. Thank you for joining.